Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Bandvatītam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Namah. Nithyanandam, welcome to all the viewers who are joining us from all over the world today for this Parashakti Akashic reading. Hope all of you enjoyed the beautiful live darshan that we had this today, and hope all of you will be staying tuned and staying on connected on all social media platforms to hear about when we will be having the live Sundari Darshan. Do stay connected on all the platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and ensure that you are staying on top of when the live darshan will be happening. So now let us enter into this program and understand who is Devi Parashakti. So if you are here, it means it's not by accident. You are an instant. You are a conscious miracle of existence. Existence is trying to express itself through you. Welcome to your sacred spiritual experience of the divine, your digital experience of the divine. You may be thinking this is your first time with in experiencing the divine conscious thing, but this is not the first time such energy has graced the planet Earth. So you may be wondering, how is this possible? How has this worked before? You'll be experiencing these answers in wisdom. Sorry for the glitch. So as you are getting ready for this live session, for experiencing Parashakti and experiencing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can take a few minutes now to join as a member of Kailasa's SPH Facebook and YouTube. So you can go ahead and visit Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Satsang YouTube channel and go ahead and join as a member. You can click the join button next to the subscribe button. And once you have joined as a member, you can stay constantly connected and ask your questions during the live sessions of Bhagavan Paramashivam and Devi Parashakti, as well as during the satsang, and ask your questions to Swamiji himself. So make sure that you are constantly staying connected and understand and staying tuned into the channel. And you can also stay connected via Facebook. So you can go to Kailasa's SPHJGM Nithyananda Satsang Facebook page and go ahead and like and follow the Facebook page. And you can also ask your questions in the comment section of the Facebook video during the live Parashakti Akashic readings, the live darshans of Bhagavan Paramashivam, and during the live satsang.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om
Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. Sorry for the technical glitch. So now let us understand what is the Bhagavan Paramashivam. Sama means being one with the source through its aspect. In darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, the karmas of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch darshan becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your very being. So now let us understand the science behind the Bhavaspata darshan. The first thing you need to know is that divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. And divine cosmic beings manifest through the Achavataras, the deities and temples, and through the Bhavasmadhi darshans in the Nijavataras, the incarnations. The Bhavasmadhi darshan is the science of the Nijavatara, manifesting Parameshvati's consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Parameshva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Parameshva. So, for example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The The Achavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Achavatara directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and creates the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. The Bhavasamadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. And during the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energy that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. During the Bhavasamadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving perceive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The Akashic readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archives. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously, and in the dimension of time, there's the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, are clearly already recorded. So now, let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasatchidanand, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Satsang, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic ancient aligned to the civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashivam, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvejapitham, is the incumbent emperor of the Suri Vamshi Strangi Sahrajam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Sonata Shamla Pita Sarvejapitham, is the present Mahamandreshwara or spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Agada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwara of the Atalakada, is the present, is the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swaragopara and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders from pontiffs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, and has authored over 300 books in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, and has over 10,000 hours of courses delivered, has enriched and enreached over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, is honored as a leader of Hinduism. The most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Shishtas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sanyas, and is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa University, with satellite campuses in 150 countries, and is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, and the founder and reviver of over 100 Satvajapithas, and the collector of the world's largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm scriptures, and over 1 million and over 20 million digital books. Now with this, we will be entering into the demonstration of the extraordinary power of the Nithyananda Yogis and the Nithyananda Guru Gopalasan, So we'll be entering into this demonstration very shortly. And as we are getting ready, let us understand signs of Diksha, signs of initiation.
A look, a word, a touch. Power of initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not in should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774 90091. Visit www.nithyananda.org.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
welcome back to viewers. Sorry for the delay in the program. Let us now enter into the demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis. First, let us understand what are the Shaktis. The Balasans, the Nithyananda yogis, and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all of us the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us. And in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be able to manifest the power of third eye. And the third eye is the cosmic browsing center located between the eyebrows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you would with your normal two eyes. So what are the Shaktis? In the Veda Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashivam reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis or divine powers. Manifesting powers or Shaktis is described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and that you need to manifest the divine, not that you are man and that you need to reach the divine. And Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine in high integrity with the Guru. And they express from the space of enlightenment. Siddhis, however, are just powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and siddhis are only on the path to enlightenment. And the Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. And Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis, however, are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. Paramashiva is the source of the Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakrityas, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Tirobhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the 1008 living incarnation of Paramashiva, is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, the Shaktis, were lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world, and record-breaking, never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the Diksha, the initiation by the enlightened Guru. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Siddha Vidya, Shividya, Yoga, yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? every ultimate truth, jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as possibility of and power of every being, prajna.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual.
For pramana. Go back to the previous slide. We can go to the next slide. We can go to pramana.
Diksha is the direct transfer of
We can continue to the next slide, please. Yeah. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four pramanas, or aspects of evidence. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of the Aptas, or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists. The next is the Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of the manifestation of these extraordinary powers. And the Pratiksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. And the Veda Agamas are an applied science. The Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. And the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. The Vedas and the Agamas, the Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashivam, and they are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truth. A reference cited from these is called the Shastra Pramana. So now let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of the third eye. We will be witnessing the body scanning as demonstrated by the Nithyananda yogis, the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasas, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have Ma Nithyananda and Ma Tattapriya here with us today to demonstrate this extraordinary power of body scanning. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so much, Gurunapriya, for that beautiful introduction. Now let's enter into the power of body scanning. So we welcome all the viewers that are watching us. So all of you can interact with us by commenting in Kailasa's SPH and NITHYANANDA YouTube channel. You can go ahead and you can post your comments in the comment section so we can interact with you. You can, if you want a body scanning to be done for you, you can post it in that comment section. And now we're going to be explaining what is the meaning of body scanning and where are the references. As Swamiji beautifully says, that he is not revolutionizing anything, but he's reviving the whole thing. The powers that are found only in the sacred scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And today we are going to be demonstrating one such power, which is possible through this human body, which is the power of body scanning. An expression of third eye awakening, which manifests as body scanning. So what we would be doing at this time is we'll be connecting with Swamiji. And just through our third eye, we'll be connecting with you. And we will be scanning your body and telling what is the issue that our third eye is revealing. And if any solutions are revealed, we'll be sharing that with you. You do not need to tell us anything about yourself. All you need to tell is just that you are ready for this, for the body scanning to be done to you. So you can just tell that. Now let's enter into the chanting Shastra Pramana. And as we are chanting the Pramanas and explaining about this power, you can post in the comment section of the SPH YouTube channel if you want to request for a body scan.
Now, the Shastra Pramanas are taken directly from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which is the ancient scripture, age old from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which was directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashivam himself to humanity to share with us all the science of these extraordinary Shaktis. The power of body scanning exactly means where we will be able to scan you, identify any issues that you have, any health issues or any physical issues, mental well-being, any issues or hurdles that you have in the perspective of your health and the patterns related to that. We will be able to scan, we will be able to diagnose and give you the solution. And just to let you all know, this is no equivalent to a medical diagnosis. This is not equivalent to a treatment with a doctor. This is not equivalent or a substitute to any medical prescribed medications or any medical diagnosis. It is not certified, it is not equivalent, or it is not in any way comparable to that. This is just the manifestation of the pure, all-powerful consciousness, the space of oneness, which can only be awakened by an avatar manifesting in ordinary human beings and evolving them to become extraordinary. So each and every one of us, all that are manifesting these powers are Sakshi Pramanas, the live testimony of the extraordinary Shakti of the avatar, where just through a touch or just by a look, the Sparsha Diksha or Nayana Diksha, the powers, these profound extraordinary powers starts manifesting to us. Now, we will be chanting the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the power of body scanning. And each of these, the references are shared just to share, let us all know about the authenticity of the Shakti, or about the authenticity, authenticating it that these are from the Hindu scriptures itself. So we'll be taking all through the 4 levels of evidences, or 4 types of evidences, aspects of evidences, as Malike Purna Priyananda was sharing with us. So this is what we will be seeing. The Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra.
Swadehe jagato bhape sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajyate para.
Bhagavan Paramashivam says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest, constitutive principles of your whole body, or the Swadeha, or of the whole universe simultaneously, consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause. Paramashiva, by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and ultimate universal divine power, the Parashakti, is revealed. The Apta Pramana of this power is again a reference from the life of an Avatara Purusha, an enlightened being or a Siddha, who have lived this in the past as a testament, as a testimony of this profound Shakti. So, quoting from the stories of the life of Siddhas, the 18 Siddhas, Terayar was a Siddha, and he was a very prominent disciple of Agastya Maharishi. And he was once a man who was suffering from severe headache. Came to Agastya. He had a severe brain infection, and he came to Agastya. He was suffering, and Agastya does the body scanning and identifies the issue, telling that he is suffering from telling him that he's suffering from a very severe brain infection, and the cause of it also he identifies, saying it is because of terite, a type of frog sitting in that person's brain groove, which is causing these infections. And Agastya not just scans it, he also tells the cure for it. He immediately calls his disciple Teraya, and he tells him to perform an open head surgery. Please understand, I'm talking about 2000 years before, even much before these modern equipments were discovered. We had a great civilization which lived and practiced such advanced sciences such as open head surgery and so many other profound such medical sciences. So here Agastya tells his disciple to perform the open head surgery, which he does, removes the skull open and removes the brain and removes the frog from the brain and completely cures this person off of the head infection, making him liberated from that.
And today, the Avatar himself is demonstrating this and showing to us.
We all can see here Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Avatar, beautifully exhibited, demonstrated, and reminded humanity what possibility lays within man. Swamiji, as the avatar of Paramashiva, had demonstrated a beautiful Leela, played a beautiful Leela, where Swamiji showed how even when Swamiji had a multiple compound hand fracture, and Swamiji was literally forced to go to a surgery because his body condition was such. And even at that time, the whole surgical procedure, everything was done without a single anesthesia. And this is all video recorded, and we are playing the video simultaneously for you all. It's available on YouTube as well. It was clearly recorded that Swamiji absolutely had no pain whatsoever. Not just no pain, Swamiji was completely conscious throughout the surgical procedure, talking.
Swamiji, right now the bone is there poking out, but Swamiji's, nobody can believe it when they see Swamiji with that smile, and Swamiji is like exhibiting that. And the first response actually when moment has happened, Swamiji was like, tell everyone not to worry. All of us can see here.
It was type 1 open fracture, which normally leaves a person bedridden with hand completely immobilized and taking pain medication. And here we can see it was just shortly after Swamiji's surgical procedure. Swamiji's, even throughout the procedure, Swamiji was completely conscious, talking. And the best part was Swamiji was delivering some of the highest truths about how to live an existence without pain, how pain is a life. So this is the Atma Pramana, and today there are thousands of people initiated into this same Shakti, manifesting the power of body scanning. Please understand, wherever you are, whichever walk of life you are from, whichever might have been your lifestyle, this power of body scanning, or all the powers of the third eye for that matter, you will be able to manifest it without any kind of obstacle or any kind of your personal things being an obstacle or a hindrance for it. Just by the initiation of Tavata, by experiencing the space of oneness, we'll be able to manifest this.
And now all of you can post your comments, and we are going to be scanning, doing the body scanning and sharing with you. So we have Ainar's Avotins and Ma Stephanie who have posted. Okay, so Ma Arishma Devi is is requesting for a body scan. Ma Arishma Devi, yes. Ma Nithyananda, so I will be doing the body scanning for you. And Aina's Avotins, Ma Anita Avotina has gotten a Moderna shot and will get second one. And we want to have a body scan for your mother. Ma Nithyananda will be scanning.
Isaiah, what I saw for your mother is the first thing that I saw is that she is actually, if you see, she has iron deficiency in her body. This is not related directly to the Moderna shot, but she has iron deficiency in her body. If you notice, her left hand fingernails will have a white colored mark. It will start forming, and she has very fragile fingernails, which easily breaks, very brittle and fragile. It will easily break. And also one more thing is she's starting to develop these dark circles. This is all directly related to the oxygen content in her body, which after the vaccine shot is also having an impact. The oxygen level has dropped a little bit, and she has to take a lot of iron-rich food and lot of iron-rich fruits, especially fruits and fruit juices like pomegranate and dates, and all of it she has to consume, even gooseberries. And she has to soak gooseberry in honey and consume it she has to soak a dry gooseberry in honey and she has to consume this. She is having a lot of iron deficiency in her body right now, which directly is also impacting. She's having a drastically reduced amounts of oxygen in her body. She might feel very tired, sleepy. She might try to keep herself awake and focus will not be there. This is one thing. And the second thing that I saw, Swamiji just showed me a fish, and I saw this 2-3 times and I was trying to understand what exactly it is for. But I saw that that fish is having an impact in her. She might have not consumed non-veg right now or might have consumed earlier, but this fish is having an impact in her system, which is building a certain kind of toxins, causing one particular pain or difficulty in her digestion of food and impacting her breathing. So this is the first thing. This, like, actually I saw this in quite for a long time, because I was trying to understand what this fish was shown for. But Swamiji had shown this fish 2-3 times, and this also is having a small infection which is caused in her bladder. This fish might have been consumed recently or in the early past, but this is having an impact in her body, in her whole take, and detoxify her body a lot. And she has to consume right healthy food in the proper proportion, not cut it down. She has to take in a lot of food to build the immune system in her body, to make her body more immune. And these are the few things that I saw. If you also notice on her left leg, above the ankle region, in her left leg, and also in her right arms, in the arms area, she will be having slight red patches that are appearing, and that skin irritation will be happening. This is also due to the Moderna, the vaccine shot only. It's just an impact, and she just has to take neem water bath and nothing else. But one thing, at this time, she is extremely prone, extremely like fragile, where she might be able to catch any diseases, develop cold, cough, and anything very easily. So just make sure that she is completely careful, and she is just maintaining her health properly. This is what I saw here, and you can please share with me if you're able to do it.
So, Aina Sabutins, you can ask Ma Anita and you can share it here. Next, Ma Arishma Devi. So I'm just going to be sharing with you, Ma. Ma Arishma Devi, when if possible, you yourself can come and comment in Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel. You can become a member and you can also comment. So, what was revealed was first thing that I saw was your vision is slightly blurred. You have a problem with your vision. And second thing is there is a pain in your left corner of your back, like to the lowest region, like lower back region, towards the right corner. So that is where you have acute pain you have very frequently, and there is yeast infection that is happening in your body. You will have this in two ways. It will be reflected for you. You might catch very frequent UTIs, or you might also have in your skin, basically, you will find a very dry patches happening very frequently. There is an yeast infection in your body. And the third thing that I saw was there is hair loss that is happening very frequently in the last 2 months. And this is not because of anything else, but this yeast infection is infecting your blood. So the blood is having some slight toxins. It is not in a very, if you test it right now, you might not find it, but if you test it after 2 months, you will find very clear evidence of it. Right now, it's like in a very preliminary stage, but already this affecting, there is hair loss that is happening in your system, and it is also affecting your vision, and it is also affecting your skin. So these are the things I saw. Huh? And one more thing I saw is the teeth. There is like you have very sensitive teeth, and very frequently you will see slight blackishness that happens, not yellow, but blackishness that happens in your front 2 teeth and towards your right side corner, like the topmost last set of teeth, you will find it very occasionally this blackishness is coming. I could not find a reason why that is coming, but I saw that there is this toxicity happening in your body that is building up because of this yeast infection that you have contracted. And you will actually see, like, sometimes when you want to pass out, you will see, like, you will have a pain, and you'll also find, like, even when you're going through your menstrual cycle or something, you might find pain down, and that is, and you'll also feel like a lot of irritation happening. So this urinary infection would be happening to you quite frequently. At least in the last 3 months, this would have happened to you a few times. So this is because of the yeast infection that has happened in your blood, meaning like the yeast infection is there in your body, it is also starting to affect your blood. And these are the few things that I saw. Now you can actually comment back saying how much you were able to relate with these things. And one solution that was also told is to have one solution that was told is to have this I'm not able to see the word clearly, but I'm seeing a leaf with very sharp blades, and I'm actually going to rescan again and I'm going to tell you. So one, that leaf was shown, and we call this as arugambul. I think it is durva grass, we call it as. So that juice to be, you should drink that. And I also saw garlic. So the garlic paste needs to be made and applied in your on your leg. So like just a paste of garlic, and this needs to be done only for 3 days. So, and wherever this itchiness happens in your skin, you have to dilute the garlic along with some coconut oil and apply that on that region, because this is directly yeast infection that is affecting your skin. So these are the few things that I was able to see, Ma. And you will also see, you would have been experiencing a lot of fatigue, like for no reason you suddenly feel very tired and sleepy, and this is because the enough nutrients are not entering your system. So the nutritional imbalance is also there. So you need to consume a lot more proteins, and you need to consume a lot more vitamins. Specifically vitamin B needs to be consumed more. So these were the things that are revealed. So please acknowledge Arishma Devi. You can acknowledge in the comment section.
And also Ainar Votins Aya has gotten back saying, thank you a lot. She indeed has breathing problems. I'll have to verify some other things with her. I'll speak with her. In childhood, she had anemia, iron deficiency. So she might be having lower iron also now. About nails and red patches, I'll have to verify about it later. Thank you for your solutions. I'll have to speak with her. Sure, Aya. And also, yes, and her breathing problem, Aya, is directly related to this oxygen levels, and which has fallen down. You can actually, it's even verifiable. Even if there's a possibility, you can ask her to check and verify. There will be low hemoglobin, iron level in her body, and oxygen levels. And also, yeah, I'd like to you to check with her about the fish also. Maybe she would have consumed, or she might enjoy the fish alone a lot and she would have eaten, or she might be allergic to it. But I would like request you to check with her, maybe because that is still having an impact in her the bladder, and even in her digestion in the stomach, and even in her breathing, because that one particular reaction that her body has had, the toxin is reacting this way, even affecting her breathing also. So I would like to request you to check with her also. Yes. And Ma Arishma Devi, you could get back with her. Yes.
Stephanie, Ma Arishma Devi's response, you can post here, Ma. Thanks, sorry, we're already come to the conclusion. And with this,
various the powers manifested. You all can tune in every day to enjoy and experience these extraordinary Shakti.
And Ma Lucy Zhang, sure, Ma, we'll be able to scan you. You can tune in tomorrow also at the same, approximately the same timing, and we will do the scanning for you. So we go by like whoever comes first, so we can maybe scanning and be telling for them. And it's like just a short time. This is just demonstration. And every time with darshan, you will get an initiation of the same, and you will also be able to manifest this power. So thank you so much for tuning in. And Ma Stephanie, you can post Ma Arishma Devi's comments here. So like how much she was able to relate with and what she was able to understand. And we'll be moving to the next segment.
Thank you, Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. Hope all of you enjoyed that beautiful demonstration of body scanning. And if you would like to have your body scanned, you are welcome to join us back tomorrow to witness the demonstration of these extraordinary powers and also have your body scanned. So now let us enter into this next segment and understand who is Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. The Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti describes the divine mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source, source Shakti, source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. And in the words of Parashakti herself, raising in Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Rinkara, filled as Parashakti, living in the 40 triangle, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa Tripura Chintamani, Parashakti, sitting as part of Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Ramandayomi, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraj Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti continues on, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Ichha, Kriya, Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the 6 chakras, filled as the Gotras of the 7 Rishis, expanding as the 8 directions, existing as the 9 grahas. the world, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashakti, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And let us now understand how we can receive Devi Parashakti. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, literally you are seeing Paramashivam and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. And this coin is considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In the US, it can be even 1 cent. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, I'm not trying to monetize here. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. India, even 1 paise is okay. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So here's how you can set up your tambulam: 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. And you can put that on a plate and offer it to Devi every time you have darshan. And you can keep it in front of your screen, and you will just see how your connection with Devi grows, how you will experience Devi Parashakti more deeply in your life, just with this one small gesture. So now with this, we will be entering into the next segment, where we will be understanding some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity at this time. As all of us know, Devi Parashakti has been continuously with us during this Pralaya, guiding us, blessing us, and protecting us through this time. And Devi Parashakti has revealed many revelations for humanity and has revealed many sacred secrets. In this segment, we will be understanding some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity at this time, and how we can use them to protect ourselves, how we can use Devi's guidances in order to protect ourselves at this time. And as we are getting ready to enter this next segment, you can take some time now. Go ahead and follow us on all of the social media handles. You can follow at Nithyananda on Twitter and constantly stay up to date with what is happening in Kailasa. And you can also follow us on Instagram. You can follow Nithyananda on Instagram and constantly stay in the high space and see all the beautiful pictures of Swamiji, Devi, and Bhagavan Paramashivam. And you can also follow us on Facebook, and of course you can join as a member on YouTube and have access to exclusive content when you join as a member, as well as having access to ask your questions during the live darshans of Devi, Sundareshwara, and of Swamiji, of course. So now let us enter into this segment and understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed about sea levels rising. The Guru Padaka Stotra, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And in this verse, Adi Shankaracharya states, "Salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless." Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during this Pralaya, the great cosmic deluge. Our loved ones have been dying due to the pandemic, and our homes have been destroyed due to natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling around us, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. It is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding, healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through the Pralaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nityavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large. Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not yet surfaced to common knowledge. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which has manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti for us to imbibe deeply and to start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until this storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So now let us look at the revelations made by Devi Parashakti on sea levels rising on the 19th of May 2021. Let us first watch the revelation.
ஓம் ஓம் ஆண்ட்ரியாஸ் கல். மூன்றாம் உலகப் போரிலிருந்து தப்பிக்க எந்நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே. வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே. முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்திடு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So let us look at Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Devi revealed, you are asking which country is safe to escape from Third World War. Listen to everything which is said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea levels. Protection from all these three is one and only Kailasa. Only it is good for life. If possible, come and reach own. On the 19th of May, 2021, while answering the prayer of one devotee, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, warned about the sea levels rising and the cascading effects of climate change crisis on humanity. Exactly as Devi Parashakti revealed, the very next day, on the 20th of May, 2021, the biggest iceberg broke, which was 70 times the size of Manhattan, posing a huge threat to humanity and causing the sea levels to rise. Let us now see the scientific articles about sea levels rising as per Devi Parashakti's revelation. On the 20th, so you can see the article here that reports on the 20th of May, 2021, the world's largest iceberg broke off in Antarctic ice shelf, which was exactly one day after Devi Parashakti's revelations about sea levels rising. Now, let us understand a little bit more about what modern science has studied about sea levels rising and how it is projected to affect us in coming years. Of course, many of us have heard about the effects of climate change and global warming, but few have expected that it will be affecting our very day-to-day reality. But we've seen after the Parashakti's revelations that it has very much affected our day-to-day reality as we've seen many natural calamities. So now let us see what modern science is also saying about this. It's stated that even sorry for the technical glitch. So we'll be right back with the slide. So as the Devi Parashakti has revealed, the sea levels rising will be affecting everyone across the globe, especially in the coming years. And modern science is also showing things. Even under the most modest scenarios, scientists expect that sea levels rising will be affecting the Earth coastline in the coming centuries. And even if CO2 emissions are curbed to completely zero, we will still be seeing sea levels rise up to 1 meter in the coming centuries. And if the CO2 emissions continue at the high rate that they are right now, we can see that the sea levels rise can go up to 5 meters in the coming centuries. And of course, this will very much drastically affect our day-to-day reality. Sea levels rise since the 1880s, and some ocean basins have risen as much as 6 to 8 inches, that's 15 to 20 centimeters, since the start of the satellite record in 1993. And NASA has reported that sea levels will rise between 1 to 8 feet by the year 2100. So just as they revealed, there's no place across the globe that will be safe from the effects of sea levels rising except for Kailasa. And in the United States, almost 40% of the population lives in relatively high population density coastal areas. Globally, 8 of the world's 10 largest cities are near a coast, and according to the UN Atlas. So around 40% of the world will be affected. Go back to So around 40% of the US alone will be directly affected by this in the coming years. 40% of the US population will be directly affected by this. And it is not just the coastal communities that will be seeing the direct effects of sea levels rising, but we'll see that even more and more communities living inland will be experiencing these effects as the sea levels continue to rise and create more storms and other natural calamities in the coming years. And we've already seen that there has been an increase. We can go to the next slide, please. And we've seen that there's already been an increase of 300 to 900% nuisance flooding over the last 50 years. Higher background water levels means that deadly and destructive storm surges, such as those associated with Hurricane Katrina, Superstorm Sandy, and Hurricane Michael, push further inland than they once did. And higher sea levels also means more frequent high tide flooding, sometimes called nuisance flooding. So higher sea levels means that we will see more natural calamities, natural disasters in the form of destructive storms, as well as nuisance flooding in more communities inland, which will affect more and more communities, not just those. Let's understand more about the cause of sea levels rising. Of course, many of us have heard that it is global warming that has caused sea levels to rise, and this has happened in 2 ways. First is that ice sheets and glaciers worldwide are melting and adding more water to the ocean. And second is that the volume of the ocean is expanding as the water warms. And a third, but much smaller contributor, is that sea levels are rising due to the decline in the amount of liquid water on land, in aquifers, lakes, reservoirs, rivers, and soil moisture, which is shifting to the ocean. And the shift of liquid water from land to the ocean is largely due to groundwater pumping. So again, due to human activity. So you can just see an example of the Pedersen Glacier in 1917, which you can see is a fully formed glacier. And in 2005, this glacier has almost nearly melted, and it looks to be almost like grassland. You can see just less than 100 years how much this glacier has been affected. This is in just one lifetime of a human being, how much just one glacier has been affected by the global warming. So you can imagine how much across the globe we are seeing ice sheets and glaciers now. And the pace of global ice level, the pace of global sea level rise has more than doubled from 1.4 meters per year throughout most of the 20th century to 3.6 millimeters per year from 2006 to 2015. So you can see that in 2000, most of the 20th century, the sea levels rising has been pretty stabilized at 1.4 millimeters, but within the 20th century alone, from 2006 to 2015, it has nearly doubled. You can see that the rate of global warming has drastically increased over the last few decades. And Greenland ice loss has nearly increased by 8 times in just a little over a decade. So we can see how drastically global warming is affecting us and melting the sea ice. And on August 2021, the UN published a code red, a warning of worsening global warming and rising sea levels. This was a few months after Devi Parashakti had revealed about the sea levels rising. And in the article, it states that we can go to the next slide, please. So in the article published by the UN about the worsening of global warming, about the code red, it stated that some of the effects of global warming and the climate change crisis are irreversible for centuries to millennia, and that we will be seeing the direct effects of this in the form of many natural calamities and other disasters. We can look at that article. We can go to the next slide, please. Yes, we can go to the next slide. So this article states that some harm from the climate change, dwindling ice sheets, rising sea levels, and changes in the oceans as they lose oxygen, become more acidic, is irreversible for centuries to millennia, and the world is locked into 15 to 30 centimeters, that is 6 to 12 inches of sea levels rising by the mid-century. You can see how much the world will be directly affected by the sea levels rising. Just as Devi Parashakti had warned, the UN had also warned months later. And even if we are able to significantly curb emissions in the coming years, more than a third of the world's remaining glaciers will be melting, and already the world's oldest and biggest ice sheets have already melted. And we've already seen that, as Devi Parashakti has revealed, that no place will be safe from the rising sea levels and the effects of climate change. And we've already seen this across the globe as we've seen so many natural calamities in countries around the world, whether it's China, India, in the US, the floods in the US most recently, and the German floods in Europe. And we've seen how badly they have devastated communities across the globe. In one report, it states that more than 150 people are still missing the German floods and are unlikely to be found. And in Science, it was reported that Europe's deadly floods have left even scientists stunned. And it's also been reported that the climate change crisis has made the deadly German floods up to 9 times more likely. So we can see, as Devi Parashakti reveals, that no place will be safe from the effects of this climate change crisis and the sea levels rising. It is only Kailasa which will be protected by Devi Parashakti's grace and by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. According to modern science, as we've seen, there is no way to reverse the damage that has already been done to Mother Earth, to our environment, and that we will be unfortunately locked into the effects of climate change in the coming years. But Hinduism has provided a solution. It is through non-violence that you can actually heal the Mother Earth by connecting with Bhumata. Through oneness, you can actually heal her and reverse the damage that human beings have done. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how Bhumata actually responds to you when you connect with her, when you relate with her. So now let us understand how Bhumata can actually respond to you.
The human beings have become so distanced from the real life, are ready to explore things. We become so far away from, at least I can tell you from my experience, village boy. When I was 5 or 6, I opened all the alarm clocks in my house and I'll set it back, put it back. I don't see all that in the modern day kids. It's all about that stupid cell phone. Involvement with the reality has drastically reduced. Our whole life is nothing but the screen. Whether your love, your relationships, even your sex, everything is limited to that screen. Am I right? Almost. No, almost. Everything has been reduced to that screen. Involvement with the reality has drastically come down. It is so unfortunate, especially the food, the plastic food dumped into your system. See, all the things which you eat, none of them have life. They are all not grown from life. My guru used to tell, please walk without chappal or covering your feet. Whatever grows in that land, eat, because Mother Earth records when you walk without shoes what all the ingredients are missing in your body. She records what you need for your body, nutrients or vitamins, whatever. Whatever is missing in your body, she produces in that food which grows in that land. And eat that and live. It is too mind-boggling concept. I tell you, only after I started doing it, I realized you don't need any external medicine if you know to live with the nature. Mother Earth, Bhumata, walk on the earth without shoes. In that land, what grows will supply exactly what you need for your body. Looks too difficult to believe, But after I started doing that, I realized it. Your body does not need any other medicine, anything else. Actually, maybe 2 years before, due to this continuous classes, day and night, and in the night time, the web-based programs for the outside India, all these, my whole eating habits have gone chaos, and no question of rest. It became like a too much on the system. So I had some stomach issues. I remembered my guru telling this, walk on the earth and what grows eat. So I started walking without chappal for a few days. Suddenly I saw in my courtyard a new plant coming up. No seed, nothing, just coming up. I was wondering what is going on. How come suddenly, between the rocks actually, between the rocks, new plant coming up. And one of the devotee Ayurvedic doctor, he said, Swamiji, if you can get this plant and add it in your food, your stomach will be completely healed. I said, where to get? When he walked into the courtyard, he said, this is the plant. This is the plant. And throughout the campus we searched, we did not find another one. Nobody knows from where the seed has come, from where the plant has come. Understand, it is not that just for me miraculously nature is doing. It is the nature's life. I was ready to play with it, so she showed the miracles to me. Anybody willing to play with her, she shows her miracles to you. Nature is miraculous. If you are ready to play, she shows it. She demonstrates her love, her care. If we go back to the food with the life, our life also will start more interacting, more alive, more vibrant, more overflowing.
Yes. Now, let us understand more about the principle of nonviolence, ahimsa, as the grand narrative of Hinduism.
We often believe that exacting revenge is a form of emotional release and that getting retribution will help us feel better. Especially this modern day cinema, entertainment industry, cult brainwashes you the act of revenge as a way of gaining closure after a wrong is done. No! I tell you the truth, revenge has the opposite effect. Revenge is like a korangu sorinjikra mari, ari padangadu. Tamil, they say that monkey feeling itching and scratching itself is never going to settle down. Till that monkey dies, it will not settle down because it will create a wound and it will not keep quiet with that wound. That same wound it will scratch more and more. And it will be more infection, finally the monkey will die. Orangu sorinjikittadum, nama violence la vidaradum onnu. Understand? Mass media, cult, entertainment industry, TV and cinema, cult is brainwashing you, telling that revenge is heroism, violence is heroism. No, it is not. Non-violence is heroism. I tell you. In every level, non-violence as a strategy. Because you see, non-violence makes you realize more and more oneness. It strengthens the oneness. Oneness strengthens the non-violence and non-violence strengthens the oneness. You need to understand the context. Only then you will understand how this non-violence can be successful strategy. If you miss one or two components and do it out of wrong context, it will become a mess. It will become a laziness and non-involvement. Laziness and non-involvement is not non-violence. Don't use non-violence brand and tag to justify your non-involvement and laziness. No. That's what Arjuna was trying to do in the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. He was telling Krishna, oh, why should I kill people? Why should I kill people? Let me go away and become a sannyasi. Oh, Dubukke, this fellow, when he went to do tapas in the forest also, he got married to a girl. Every time this fellow goes for tapas, whether he brings boons or not, he brings girls. Alright, no disrespect to Arjuna, is incarnation of Nara and Narayana. So no disrespect to Arjuna. Non-violence should not be misconstrued or should not be used to portray your non-involvement and laziness, tiredness and boredom. Hinduism is actively enriched. World will become great place. Not only we are a non-violent tradition, we believe in consciousness. We have the science of consciousness, raising the quality of the humanity. We believe in it, we spread it, we live it. We be, live, believe. Let us all understand, non-violence need to be actively lived, be lived, believed and actively enriched. Actively enriched. All I wanted all of you to know, what Hindus miss, Sri Kailasa should do. Do Tyaga, to tell the world actively, enrich the world actively about Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa is the highest value as per Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. That is the grand narrative of Hinduism. Non-violence is the grand narrative of Hinduism. We need to tell that grand narrative to the whole world. Actively. Actively we need to tell that grand narrative to the whole world. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Tyaga. Non-violence. Unclutching. All these are not inactive, tamasic, inertia, lazy, tired, bored, withdrawn lifestyle. Non-violence means not only you will be non-violent, ahimsa, established in ahimsa, you will actively practice ahimsa and enrich everyone to live ahimsa. You will create an ecosystem where ahimsa can be practiced with integrity. Understand? All the infrastructures needed to keep the non-violence ahimsa alive. Media, Media is the non-violent way of reaching out to people and telling the real truths and facts. Like media, education mechanisms, everything should be actively filled with the truths, ideas about non-violence, yaga, spiritual strength, powerful cognitions, all these great truths. Listen. Again and again and again, many are trying to harass me through the social media and all other way, saying that, oh, you are teaching constantly non-violence, ahimsa, peace. Don't you see you are making Hindus weaker and weaker? Understand? If Hindus listen to what I am saying sincerely, they will understand I am trying to make them really stronger. Understand? Strength is intelligent way of existing.
Now that now that we've understood the principle of nonviolence, you can understand how when you connect with Umata, with Mother Nature through oneness, through nonviolence, you can actually heal the damage that human beings have done over hundreds of years of human activity, and you can see how Umata will actually be healed from sea levels rising. Now, with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program. And if you would like to learn more about the initiatives of Kailasa and the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from Hinduism, you can sign up to be a member of Kailasa to become an e-Kailashian by going to kailasa.org and signing up to be an e-citizen of Kailasa. So you can learn more about the teachings of Hinduism, the principles of Hinduism, about nonviolence, and all of the initiatives the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is taking to reverse the effects of climate change and to heal Bhumaka. So now with this, we will be entering into the next segment, the offerings segment, where we will learn how to connect with Devi Parashakti, how we can experience Devi Parashakti more deeply and offer our love and gratitude to the Divine Cosmic Mother.
Hello and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning about the various traditional offerings we can offer to Devi Parashakti today as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. And in the Hindu tradition, the offerings are a pure gift of love, devotion, and oneness, an expression of the sacred sentiments of the devotee for the divine, a celebration of the happening of the divine in our lives. And when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. The offerings are not made out of fear or greed, but as a pure expression of the love and devotion of the devotees. And when an avatar lands, the offerings So now, as we get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti and prepare the traditional offerings to welcome her, to celebrate her happening in our lives, let us look at this Dhyana Shloka which describes the beauty and splendor of Devi Parashakti. This verse is from the Moola Agama Manonmani Dhyana. Induni bhaveda karavadhinayanam syat pankajavara japakshara sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakutojjvala manonmani swarupam. The translation of this verse, it says, moon-like face, holding the Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse from Moola Agama Manonmani Dhyana further describes. ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. The moon and holding the Veda lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the Hindu tradition, the various offerings to the divine, the ornaments, and the offerings for the worship and rituals for the divine, and many rituals are performed with the spiritual element, the divine element of gold. So let us look at the scriptural reference for the significance of the divine element of gold. This verse is from the Atharva Veda. It says, Tredhajitam janmanetam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikyam insitasya parapatata apamekam veda samveta ahutatte hiranyam tridastvai vishe. Translation of this verse: triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be great spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rigveda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So now let us look at the various traditional offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti today as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. The first is the e-hundi offerings, which is similar to the hundi offerings in any temple. With the e-hundi offerings, you can make an offering of any amount and in multiple currencies. And Devi is described as Bhakti Priya, the one who is fond of true devotion. So let us look at this verse which describes Devi Parashakti. It says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi, Sharadharadhya, Sharvani, Sharmadaini. The translation of this verse, it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant the autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship then becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadharadhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. The Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is described as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on her devotees. And you can make your offering of gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti, your Kanika to Devi Parashakti through the e-Hindi offerings. And you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and the offering can be made in multiple currencies and in any amount of your choice. And the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting, which is the offering of the conscious resolution to the divine. This verse from Devi Mahatmya, chapter 12, verse 34 describes Tayaitan mohyate vishwam shaiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushta vritim prayaschati. The translation of this verse, it says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. You can make the offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, and be blessed with the fruition of all the desires and wishes that you yearn for. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. Each coin is inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names. And Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita in the Lalita Sahasranama. It means she who likes the repetition of her various names. And this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Parashakti, is a very special and unique archana for any number of coins as you wish to offer. And each of these coins being inscribed with the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti, which describe her Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the very divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The Yajaman is also blessed to imbibe these very same divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. So you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Angoti, the gold ring embedded with We apologize for the technical glitch, and we're welcome back to this segment where we're describing the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. So the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And Devi is described as the one who is adorned with pearls and jewels. So let us look at this verse which describes Devi's beauty adorned with garlands of pearl. It says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Shinjannupura kinkini manidharam padma prabhabhasuram Sarvabhita phalapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. The translation of this verse, it says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can make this offering of the pearl finger ring, the Mukta Anguti, to Devi Parashakti, and receive the blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. And this offering can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. And the gold lotus flower is mentioned in various rituals and worship of the divine in the Hindu tradition. Let us look at this verse from the Kamika Agama, which describes one of the many significance of the lotus flower in the worship of the divine. This is अष्टविद्येश्वरोपेत कुम्भावरणसंयुतं सर्वे ससूत्राध्याय संसिद्धा प्रमाणेन समन्विताः. The translation of this verse, it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus flower in the worship of Paramashiva in the Hindu tradition. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involving the consecration of the deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. You can make the offering of the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes as you wish to offer, and be blessed to have this state, space, powers and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold tori. And this verse from the Saundarya Lahari describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti. It says, Nakadhititi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Sarorubha. The translation of this verse, it says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. You can make the offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold ring to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred lotus feet, and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings even in the most difficult aspects of life. You can make this offering of the Swarna Medley on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as Sudha Sharabi Varshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara Chakra. That is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Swarna Mantika represents the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can make this offering of the Swarna Mantika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and complete completion. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And this verse from Saundarya Lahari describes that the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance and the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. And it further states that the toenails of Devi Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. And Tamoguna, which is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees, is removed by constantly prostrating before Devi, and they attain the supreme knowledge. So you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the Nija avatar of Devi Parashakti herself. So you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the traditional offering of gratitude and devotion from disciple to Guru. And make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. This is the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth. And you can make this offering to Devi Parashakti and have her continued blessings and protection during all the times of life. So we make this offering and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So here is a summary of the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. The e-hundi offerings can be made in multiple currencies and in any amount of your choice. The Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, the offering of the conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti can also be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. You can make the offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasam, which is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1,008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering on the website in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. You can also make the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, can be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring adorning the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, can be offered on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara Chakra, the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. You can make this offering on the website, and you can also make the offering of the traditional seva, the offering of ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. So you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the website, and you can also make the offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. And all of these offerings can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And now let us take a look at the website where you can make all of these traditional offerings. You can make any offering of your choice, and you can celebrate Devi, you can celebrate the happening of Devi in your lives. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti in any way that you would wish to offer. So here is the website where you can make all the traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti. www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. On the page, and click on the links on step 2 to make your offerings. You can click on the link on step 2 to make the traditional offerings of ornaments or sevas. You can also click on the link for e-hundi to make the e-hundi offerings. Also, if you would like to make an intention to make an offering today, and you would like to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality, you can to Devi Parashakti, and you would like to fill out the Sankalpa details, the conscious resolution for yourself and your family members, the names of yourself and your family members. You can fill out this form on step 3. So let us now look at the links to make the offerings. You can make the e-hundi offerings in multiple currencies: the US dollars, the Australian dollars, the New Zealand dollars, the Canadian dollars, the euros, the Indian rupees, the Singaporean dollars, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. And the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas can be offered on the website also, in name of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This offering can be made in 3 different denominations and any number of coins. You can make the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. You can also make the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower in 3, and the Swarna Manktika, the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Guru, which is the most sacred and one of the most favorite offerings of each disciple. You can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on any day of your choice. Anytime you want to celebrate the happening of Guru in your life, you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth, Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here again is the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, where you can make. We'll be moving to the next segment where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for the care and well-being of humanity through the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And let us learn more about these various facilities as being guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Thank you, Madhya Nithyananda.
Thank you, Ma Amrita. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to this segment of the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers and Kailasa's contributions with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learn from this segment today is concerning statistics on the mental health and the global peace across the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. See, what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for the global peace? Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for the COVID-19, and Kailasa's Code Care Protection Center, some glimpses, and why temple-based ecosystems. UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions and join the Kailasa's Code Care Protection Center. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now let us see some of the statistics and current news. Australia reported a new record number of than 2,400 new locally acquired infections reported nationwide, and the figures are passing the 2,000 in a single day for just the second time. World Health Organization makes a big statement about the Delta variant of COVID-19. COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19 did. The 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 676,000 deaths. COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 2%, 0.2% with 676,000. The coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did, and now officially the coronavirus pandemic declared the US deadliest pandemic. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain, according to a survey. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. And United Nations declares that COVID-19 Delta variant still most concerning, according to the World Health Organization's experts. And in US, the COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. There is not even modestly good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You've got to get well before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. COVID-19 made the world less peaceful with increased incidences, less peaceful, according to the report from the World Economic Forum. Younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and a depressive disorder, what it was in 6 months period of January to June, a 6 months period was 11% in 2019. And now in just the 1 month of 2021, in some more statistics confirming the same, that the younger adults are affecting more than the older adults, reporting symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Nearly 1810, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. And self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers before the COVID-19 pandemic, depression was 15%, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rose up to 40.7%. Now, the anxiety in the pregnant women and new mothers before the pandemic was 29%, and now it rose up to 72%. Struggling with focus on school, our work, and avoiding distractions. And 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives are being negatively impacted by the pandemic. And nearly 70% of the women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situation. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. The Mumbai mayor says the third wave is already here. The mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID-19 is not coming, it's already here, said the Kichori Pednekar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter has already been made in Nagpur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayor urged people to remain in their homes. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. New COVID-19 variant Mu shows signs of vaccine resistance. Now that we have seen the concerning statistics across the world and how it is not only affecting the health, physical health, fatalities increasing, but it's affecting badly on the mental health, especially on the younger adults, and which is leading to the violent incidences and making the world less peaceful. It is important to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave destroying many more lives. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue setting in as a result of continuous lockdown is resulting in delusional ignorance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life, as it had been experienced even back in February 2020, is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers if you are in India with the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a short clip on making World Health Organization's Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while streaming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks at the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by the common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Contributions of, now let us see the contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the global peace. Vedic tradition beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pushyati sarva bhuteshu chapmanam tado navigagupshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6. The global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village and whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnation, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. The individual bliss is the source of the global peace in the level of Om and the microscopic level, whatever level it may be. Global peace is the byproduct of the individual peace and individual bliss. Now, how do we achieve that individual peace and individual bliss? By practicing completion and by practicing unclutching. Now let us listen the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his own voice how to achieve the individual peace and bliss.
Today I wanted to expand on the science of completion. How the science of completion can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more. Please understand. Feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict, and the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others. Burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. even if you teach the Samskara Dahana Kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be a better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, by one layer by layer by layer by layer, the completion with yourself, completion with others. Today we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful signs. Not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita, strength of Advaita. Today the Inner Awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session with Inner Awakening, we are also lagging behind the syllabus. Actually, it is a good news, it's not a bad news, because participants are so sincere. They are going through the whole process so intensely, sincerely. Because of that, we are little delayed, but today I am going to catch up. Today I am going to spend more.
Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means, I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it.
You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, we always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war, there is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars. except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help. Social.
Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailash is all about peace-based awfulness.
Carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness, powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen.
Now let's listen from Hinduism, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that every prayer begins with peace and ends with peace.
Chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the Supreme Pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge, 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching, yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global nation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the response.
Now, let's understand the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions towards global peace. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivam program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity. By starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost billions of minutes so far. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7. Helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves. Learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through the power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into the manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailas courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear stomach from the Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough in the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tiruvannamalai and Los Angeles, paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions form the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims, Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough, Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, cosmic revelations. Now let us see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19. Society was created with delusional ideas of too many human beings, blind spots, and the decisions made from these blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots, when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it is the time the nature, Prakriti, resets itself. Many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation which is seemingly endless, which is unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make a 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwelt upon. All problems need to be addressed only with the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's time we all take responsibility to save humanity, to protect people from this pandemic fatigue and destruction. Let's try to enrich and enrich people free and open for all and available online. Let us take few minutes now and share with as many people as possible and let us save the world. Let us give them the experience of unclutching. Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna. That initiation which save people from the pandemic fatigue and epidemic fatigue, destruction and delusion. Help people to have a super consciousness breakthrough and sail through this pralaya. People from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24 by 7, 7 days a week. It started on 13th May 2020 and continuing at any given point of time. There are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. Join this moment at http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. http://kailasa.tv/minutes, MINUTES, minutes, number 4, peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition and meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions are rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life. And powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched Minutes for Peace initiative, which aim to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations and minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation. Participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community practiced meditation and pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally in the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in the meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. You can see some of the glimpses where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the largest, about 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in United States and Los Angeles since 2007. And in 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st International Peace Day to radiate the collective consciousness. And one of the great contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is contributing is initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as beginners of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence and depression and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, that is, spiritual journeys, taking the spiritual aspirants to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailas, Varanasi, Angkor, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to bereft from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual and collective peace at the Annalayas under the Red Om project, which is No Hunger project. The Annalayas, which are food donation centers, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 2 million organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from the Vedas and Agamas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recently, under the humanitarian initiative, launched the opening of the Kailasa's COVID care centers in, in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved by anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations of governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. You can see participants of the COVID care center program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free time, following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, doing puja, temple seva, kara seva, and contributing, celebrating festivals. They enjoy the joy, peace, bliss breakthrough. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center. Register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, let us see the revival of the temple sciences and ecosystem. All the COVID care centers are temple-based ecosystem, and how they benefit, how we need the temple-based ecosystem, why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving these. Let's understand a little bit more on this. Now, in the times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of these devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, speaks about the deities holding the energy when doing prana pratishtha.
Actually, after the great pause settling, I wanted to do this Kumbhabhishekam, and then the Shivacharyas have advised us that only after the Uttrayanam, Uttrayana Punyakala, means after the Uttrayana starts, we are having a good date, Uttamottama date for Kumbhabhishekam. So that's the reason we waited. And see, fundamentally, deity intensely receives the energy like a lightning and holds it and manifests continuously for the whole humanity. You see, it's like if I have to talk to you in a normal social language, it's like a lightning holder. See, I can get into the samadhi, one with Paramashiva, and bring the whole thing to planet Earth. But the deity should be able to hold it and manifest it, radiate it for the humanity. So that is the reason beautiful, dense, most dense granite deity is made. The earlier, the Avudayar we made, too much of power manifestation, it has given crack in multiple places. I don't know how you guys will be able to believe. Maybe I'll tell them to show the video. Such dense granite cracks to pieces and so carefully maintained with so much of all the Abhishekam, Puja and everything. Crack is the last thing you can imagine in dense granite, but so many places that earlier Avudayar has had, and that's the reason we made the new deity with more dense granite now. More dense granite, the deity is done, so it can withstand the power manifestation and hold the power for quite a long time. Maybe at least next 12 years it can hold. And before that I'm planning for the different level of granite for Avudayar. I wanted to teleport from the other planets where the 100 times more dense than planet Earth's granite is available. And anyhow, all that I'll do it and then show, and instead of giving material for trolls, I'll give information after everything is achieved, after everything is done.
Now, revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti on the pandemic, great spiritual solutions, and especially living in Adi Kailas. Devi revealed on 13th May 2021 that crores of people will come there looking for help, Navapashana, water feast, and medicine to get help and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, the ship is there. Whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of serving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all of their work. And this is a commitment Paramashakti is giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. To save people from corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar, Vaidya Sarovar, and Anandalingam. I have made it in Adi Kailasa. Go there, take water every day, worship Anandalingam, water, turmeric, milk, and neem rasam showered on Navapashanam are the medicine for this. The doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body, and it will give you conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, moksha, jnana, powers, kama, and God beyond kama. Adi Kailasa life will give you all the goodness. The hell of Krimi Bhojanam mentioned by Vyasa in the Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as a thunder, running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened in Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their life. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The various centers opened Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem, Tirunamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam Adinam, Srirangapadi, Madurai, Avattipalam, Huzur, all from Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, and Puduvai Adinam from Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies of India are medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheel, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks and organic farming. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Production Centers. Register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. I repeat, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. With this, we're going to move on to the next part of our segment after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen, really enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive him, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivam will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation.
அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே. மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தனே, மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தனே. அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே. காக்கா காக்கா கவிமிக அழக, நோக்கா நோக்கா நின்னரும் பெருக, காக்கா காக்கா கவிமிக அழக, நோக்கா நோக்கா நின்னரும் பெருக. ஏதும் பிற இருந்தால் கருணை நீ செய்யும் எந்தாயே, ஏதும் பிற இருந்தால் கருணை நீ செய்யும் எந்தாயே, அப்பனே செய்யும் எந்தாயே. அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே. மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தானே, மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தானே. என்னை அம்மையப்பனே, அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே, 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 நீ
கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா அறுபடை சக்தியின் ஒருமுக நித்தியனின் திருவடியை நாம் காண்போம் நித்யா திருவடியை நாம் காண்போம் நித்தியன் திருவடி கண்டு நோயற்ற வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம் நித்தியன் திருவடி கண்டு நோயற்ற வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா கேட்டால் தருவாய் வந்தால் அருள்வாய் நித்தியபுரி நித்யா நித்யா நித்தியபுரி நித்யா பாதம் கண்டு சகல செல்வமும் பெறுவோம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா पुत्र नंदने नित्येश्वर रूपा नित्या नित्येश्वर रूपा उनै तंजम अடையும் பக்தரை காத்தருள்வாய் ஐயா உனை தஞ்சம் அடையும் பக்தரை காத்தருள்வாய் ஐயா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா மார்கழி மாதத்தில் குதித்த நித்தியனே நித்தியபுரி நித்யா நித்யா நித்தியபுரி நித்யா உன் பாதம் கண்டு நாங்கள் சரணடைந்தோமே உன் பாதம் கண்டு நாங்கள் சரணடைந்தோமே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus from all over the world. All the ministers, diplomats, ambassadors, citizens, consulate generals, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Fourth force, strong nuclear power, is the extension and inclusive of gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, all its permutation combinations. Listen. The fourth force is not only extension, it includes all the other three. I wanted to remind all of you once more, Hinduism is cosmic science. It teaches you the whole life. மண்ணில் நல்லவண்ணம் வாழலாம், விண்ணில் நல்லவண்ணம் உறையலாம். மண்ணில் வாழும் அறிவியலும் விண்ணை ஆளும் அறிவியலும் சேர்ந்ததே சனாதன Hindu தர்மம். Listen. A blissful, happy life with all the auspiciousness in this plane and the most auspicious, beautiful, powerful life in the higher planes. Hinduism teaches you the science of this. It's a cosmic science. Feel pride and feel blessed. You are born Hindu and are practicing Hindu. You have been given this powerful knowledge. You are the inheritors of this great powerful knowledge. One of the worst crime done to humanity is teaching humanity that you have only one life. No. Listen to this carefully. Listen to this carefully. Telling you only we exist, human beings exist in this universe is stupidity. Telling you beings from the other planes, other universe, other parts of the universe are aliens is criminal, crime. Beings from other planes are neither aliens nor false. First of all, we are not alone on this universe. Second, beings from other zones and other universes are not aliens. They are our own version, little evolved. Our own version, evolved, are the Devas, Gana, Yaksha, Rakshasa, Rishi, Muni, Gandharva, all of them. Our transformed existence is Kailasavasis. I am not telling you any cock and bull stories. I am not giving you any theories, theologies. I am giving you a clear knowledge, truth as it is. I have come from Kailasa to introduce this cosmic science to the modern human beings, because modern human beings forgot this whole science. I am reviving this whole science. So listen. Last few satsangs I was talking about these four forces. Today I wanted to talk about fourth force and giving more understanding about the third force also. Everything you know about the nuclear power, quantum physics, parallel universe, everything which is established, this multiple existence, all of it put together is third force. Third force's imaginary fantasy extension. If you do a scientific fiction movie, sci-fi movie, based on all your understandings about the third force, it is fourth force. Listen. Till now, human beings have not decoded the fourth force in a concrete way, but the fourth force is all possibility of third force. Because it is all possibility of the third force, any science fiction movie you develop based on anything you know about the third force is a reality in the fourth force. Listen to that. I am repeating. Any fantasy imagination you develop centered on the principles you know about the third force is part of the fourth force. Because the fourth force is everything you can imagine as an extension, transformation, multiplication of the third force and more. That's the fourth force. Let me give you some more understanding about the third force. Listen. Multiple universes, planes exist. That's the first thing. Pitruloka is true. When you leave the physical body, you carry your Karana Sarira, the causal body, your deep-rooted patterns, and reach the Pitruloka and live. I am not lying to you when I say, if your generations give you the Shraddha and Pinda only, you will be happy and have a social respect in the Pitruloka. I am not strategic or cunning or lying when I utter this word. I am uttering the truth. It's not that I wanted the Hinduism to spread and kept alive, so I am telling you this story. If Hinduism is not kept alive, planet Earth will not be there. Get lost. I have nothing to lose. I already renounced the planet Earth. I am in Kailasa. If you guys want the planet Earth, save it. I am here only to give you the truth as it is. Making it into the lifestyle is your responsibility. Listen. Especially the people who are already successful, having basic needs of your life fulfilled. Like you already have a spouse, kids, car, house, basic needs. All those people, those of you, it's your responsibility to create ecosystem for your next generations to understand, internalize the science of Hinduism, the cosmic science, the greater science, and keep it alive. I was so happy when I educated myself about this ISKCON's temple they are building in Mayapur. The temple of Vedic Planetarium, where they are describing the Vaishnavite Srimad Bhagavatam description of the multi-universes, the multiple universes, the different lokas. It's a Vaishnavite version. It's a Bhagavatam version. But I am so happy that they have attempted to make people understand about the existence of the multiple universes, the vertical time zones. Surely, I'll be giving the Vedic Agamic version of the multiple universes and building a temple to showcase to all of you and show you experientially how each initiation, Devaloka, Pitruloka, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, the lokas of Yakshas, Kuberaloka, Indraloka, Chandraloka, Suryaloka, the different planets and planes. So understand this truth. When I say Pitruloka exists, it is true. You are not accidental. Evolution of some biological permutation, combination, good or bad, right or wrong. No. You are a conscious manifestation to celebrate, live your existence on this plane and in higher planes, vertical time zones. I am giving you the truth and my vision to create an ecosystem where this truth can be lived and celebrated. This is my sincere effort to make the Kailasa, whether the first Kailasa I manifested in Tiruchengodu or the Kailasa I am manifesting in multiple places now, or the Maha Kailasa I am manifesting. This is the vision. Vision is where human beings are given a very powerful supportive ecosystem where they are complete about everything related to this world: health, wealth, beautiful relationships, success, feeling empowered, enlightened, and know about the vertical time zone, multiple universes, and start experiencing it, preparing themselves to live in those spaces after they leave the body. Because life doesn't end when your body stops functioning. No. Life is so much more. Than you can even imagine, understand. Theosophy Society, Arabindo Ashram, Paramahamsa Yogananda, Osho, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, ISKCON, Ramakrishna Mission, Sampradaya, all of them have sincerely trying to make the same vision in their own version. I am trying to create most updated, because now I know all the insecurities of these human beings, why something is successful and why something fails. Above all, time is in my favor. Age is in my favor. I am too young. I am only in early 40s. Whole life is in front of me. Already I have 41 Chaturmasya spiritual strength, 27 years of a spiritual socio experiences, working in the spiritual field with the society, 27 years of solid experience and expertise.
41 years of Chaturmasya, solid spiritual foundation. And I have my whole life ahead of me. This is the advantage I have. Let me express these truths so this vision can start manifesting in all of you. This third force and fourth force manifests in all of you. This is my vision for all my Kailasas. Whether it started in a container, I don't know how many of you know, the first Adinam, Tiruchengoda Adinam, started in a steel shed. That is why I always feel container is auspicious. Put container in any place, it will become Kailasa. Because the first Kailasa is container Kailasa. Only then the hut was built. There was a small steel shed which was used as a pump set, gifted to me by a devotee. That's when first I started staying. From there only I built the hut. So that is why even now, anywhere people give me, donate property, I tell them first put a container. Plan from container Kailasa to uncontainable Kailasa. The vision is same. Where we provide an ecosystem for human beings to have a healthy, wealthy, blissful, complete life in this plane and enlightened, awakened life with the higher zones, vertical zones. Still, many of my vision is not yet unfolded into reality, but I have spelled out my vision very clearly. It will unfold when more and more collective integrity starts happening. For example, I wanted to evolve the Sambhavana system. The Grihasthas can make wealth for their personal life and expenses. Working for Hinduism, for Kailasa, like a win-win. You strengthen the Kailasa and you also get personal income. This was the vision I revealed maybe 2005 or 6 with a project called Anand Samaj. Is a kind of a communities evolving everywhere. If we have people with more collective integrity, who take the responsibility for integrity of everyone, these systems, a 10 family can join, take up a project, make it successful, have Kailasa strengthened, Hinduism strengthened, and the ecosystem strengthened, and you receive the personal income. All the things are fulfilled like a win-win. It is NRIs in Malaysia, Europe, US, Trinidad, Tobago, where the Hindus are the richest ethnic minority. You will create an ecosystem where your generations will have strong feeling connection with Hinduism. They will live Hinduism. They will manifest Hinduism.
They will be giving you the Shraddha for generations, building the modern day agraharams. Temple-centric communities, கோவில் பெருங்குடிகள். தமிழ்ல சொல்லணும்னா மலை சார்ந்த இடமும், அது மருதம், முல்லை, நெய்தல், பாலைன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, ஐம்பெரும் நிலங்கள்னு. காடும் காடு சார்ந்த இடமும், வயலும் வயல் சார்ந்த இடமும், கடலும் கடல் சார்ந்த இடமும், குறிஞ்சி, முல்லை, மருதம், நெய்தல், பாலை, 5 நிலங்களை சொல்வார்கள். மலையும் மலை சார்ந்த இடமும் குறிஞ்சி. அது எனக்கு தெரியும். காரணம் என்ன? நான் அந்த மலை சார்ந்த இடத்திலே பிறந்து வளர்ந்ததால். அதுபோல நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். 6ஆம் நிலம் ஒன்று உண்டு. கோவிலும் கோவில் சார்ந்த இடமும் கைலாசம். Listen, temple-centric communities, temple-centric lifestyle, it's all just in each city few families need to have that collective integrity. It cannot be done through autocracy or democracy. Autocracy, democracy, all crazy. All just crazy. Democracy means the mass is cheated, that they are empowered by few autocratic individuals. Autocracy means people know openly they are being ruled and at least hold the rulers responsible historically. So this autocracy, democracy, all crazy. Neither autocracy nor democracy is going to work for the future. It's collective integrity, responsibilism only is going to work for the future. That's why the Kailasa, I am evolving a kind of a new responsible democracy. How I am evolving, all the temple volunteers will vote any issue related to running the temple. All the donors will vote any issue related to money. All the administrators only will vote any issues related to administrative policies. A temple volunteer, if he is volunteering for administration also, he will have 2 votes. He will have a vote in the temple related and administration related because he is involved in administration. If he is an SJP donor, he will have the voting, one more vote to involve and vote about the economic affairs. So the votes are given based on the responsibility, responsibilism. Responsible democracy evolves collective integrity. That's the way I'm evolving now. I'm actually sitting and penning down the whole principles, how the Kailasa should be run, the guidelines. I'm making it into a responsible democracy. If you are a temple volunteer, you spend certain number of hours maintaining temple, you have the right to vote everything related to temple affairs.
If you are a donor, SJP Yajaman, you get one vote related to all the economic affairs. If you are a SJP Karta, you get 5 votes, all related to economic affairs. If you are volunteering in administration, you get vote in all affairs of administration. If you are volunteering in garden, housekeeping, you get the right to vote in all the affairs of the gardening, housekeeping. Responsible democracy. That's the way I am evolving this Kailasa. These digital ecosystems and the spiritual ecosystems I am evolving all over the world. From that time, my gurus have handed over me the first ashram from Tiruvannamalai. Then I did the first ashram in Tiruchengodu. My vision for Kailasa is clear. As I said, மலையும் மலை சார்ந்த இடமும் குறிஞ்சி, காடும் காடு சார்ந்த இடமும் முல்லை, வயலும் வயல் சார்ந்த இடமும் மருதம், மணலும் மணல் சார்ந்த இடமும் நெய்தல், I think மணலும் மணல் சார்ந்த இடமும் பாலை, கடலும் கடல் சார்ந்த இடமும் நெய்தல். Then கோவிலும் கோவில் சார்ந்த இடமும் கைலாசம். We need to evolve Kailasa everywhere. I am seeing some of the successful Kailasas. Banu Patel has done a best Kailasa in Oklahoma. Because naturally she has a beautiful collective integrity team built for her business. See, the business network she built is all from the family, and they all have already built a collective integrity. That is why that the Kailasa Oklahoma is such big success. The best kept deities, most beautiful rituals, they all gather, sing, dance, happily, inspire, live Hinduism, do Garba dance, Bhagavat Katha, Guru Puja, Shiva Puja, spirituality, meditation, yoga, whatever they can. I tell you, they already formed a ecosystem where their generations will learn more and more about Hinduism and live, practice. Banu is very successful in evolving a very beautiful Kailasa ecosystem. maybe little more enlightenment, education, knowledge, all that will happen in course of time. But the ecosystem is successful. I feel everywhere, every city, in US, Europe, even in India, if you guys start creating this Kailasa ecosystem, you will have your next generation following Hinduism, giving you Shraddha. You will have peace in Pitruloka. The Kailasa will evolve beautifully on the planet Earth. திரும்ப சொல்றேன், மலையும் மலை சார்ந்த இடமும் குறிஞ்சி, காடும் காடு சார்ந்த இடமும் முல்லை, மணலும் மணல் சார்ந்த இடமும் பாலை. ஏன் மெமரிலேயே கரெக்டா இருந்து இவனுங்க ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கொடுக்குறேன்னு சொல்லி துண்டு சீட்டு கொடுத்து என்ன குழப்பிட்டானுங்க. எப்பவுமே நம்ம மண்டையை நம்புறது தான் பெஸ்ட். துண்டு சீட்டை நம்பினோம்னா எனக்கு இந்த ரெஃபரன்ஸ் போடுற டீம் ஒன்று இருக்கு. அது நான் பேசும் பொழுதே ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கொடுக்கும். அது கொடுக்குற ரெஃபரன்ஸ் தான் கன்ஃபியூசிங்காக இருக்கும். எப்பெல்லாம் நான் என் பிரெயின் மெமரியை நம்பி சொல்கிறேனோ அப்பெல்லாம் கரெக்டாக சொல்லிடுவேன். எப்பெல்லாம் இந்த ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கொடுக்குற இந்த எழுதி கொடுக்குறவங்க சீட்டை நம்புறனோ அப்பெல்லாம் குழப்பி வச்சிருதுங்க. மலையும் மலை சார்ந்த இடமும் குறிஞ்சி, காடும் காடு சார்ந்த இடமும் முல்லை, வயலும் வயல் சார்ந்த இடமும் மருதம், கடலும் கடல் சார்ந்த இடமும் நெய்தல், மணலும் மணல் சார்ந்த இடமும் பாலை, கோவிலும் கோவில் சார்ந்த இடமும் கைலாசம். Every city on the planet Earth, we should create Kailasa. Every city we should create Kailasa. Kailasa lifestyle is a beautiful preparation for you to live comfortably in the higher planes, vertical time zones. When you go there, you won't feel cultural shock. You will not feel cultural shock when you go to the higher planes if you learn the Kailasa lifestyle here on the planet Earth. We just need some of the dedicated people. You see, you don't need cunningness, strategy, who have a conscious stamina, will, persistence, making it happen. Will stay strong and make it happen, like Arishchandra, Satyavati, the Savitri. Will, persistence. Nachiketa, will persistence. A child fasting for 2.5 days without food and water is equivalent to an adult fasting for 2.5 years. Because for child, food is the only life, source of life. For an adult, there are multiple sources of life. His body has evolved to use multiple things as source of life. But for a child, food is the only source of life. And a child, Nachiketa, fasting for 2.5 days is equivalent to an adult fasting for 2.5 years with a will persistence. Satyavan Savitri, Nachiketa, Arishchandra, what a will persistence. We need just few people with that kind of a conscious stamina, will persistence to create collective integrity, to make collective integrity for Kailasa to happen. They become the foundation of Kailasa's evolution. Not any efficient, cunning, strategic, no. It is dedicated, tyagis. Earlier, the Kailasas are like luxury. But now, it is survival need. I am seeing so many people messaging this Meda Slatya, so many people. Oh, I want Kailasa in Kashmir, I want Kailasa in Guwahati. All you guys, stop wasting my time if you can't take the responsibility. Meda Slatya, you don't need to be independent. You just need a conscious will, conscious stamina, will persistence. Go to Adi Kailasa, get trained, renounce your luxurious, hypocritical, criminally negligent lifestyle. Because your ancestors did not do the tyaga, Kashmiri Pandits are suffering and Hindus lost Kashmir. Don't continue to be criminally negligent. Decide to dedicate and stop your stupid ideas about life. Go to Adi Kailasa and have the basic training. Then carry that ecosystem to Jammu and Kashmir and start manifesting, reviving. Do what need to be done. Nobody is interested in your crybaby stories. Nobody is interested in your criminal negligent lifestyle. Or just disappear from my eyes. Go and live as you want. Don't waste my time and get the karma of Guru Aparada. Wasting Guru's time. When I give a vision, everyone says, oh, I want to do, I want to do. Come on. There is a clear system I have evolved. Procedure. There are ecosystems which is functioning. It's not that those ecosystems are perfect, but it is budding. Go there, see what all can be done. Right, wrong, good, bad. In that, learn the conscious stamina, will, persistence. Then take that to the different places we have. You don't even need to take the risk of buying new properties. We have multiple properties all over the world. You can go and start planting in any of our properties without any risk. Once you are successful in Adi Kailasa, in our properties, then go and do it in your city. There is a clear system and successful in multiple places. Instead of doing the responsibility, just lying to yourself and to me, oh, I want to do this in Jammu, I want to do this in Kashmir, I want to do this in Guwahati, I want to do this here, I want to do that there. No. If you want to do it. If not, be criminal, negligent Hindu, rot. As I told you, the Hindus should know their negligence has crossed the level of casual unattending or just blinded. Now it has gone to criminal negligent level. If you get out of your criminal negligence and create Kailasa ecosystems in every city, the next generation of Hindus are going to be there. And I don't want to say the otherwise. What will happen? I don't want to utter through my mouth. Because I have to make it happen. I don't have a choice. If you join along with me, I'll do it with you. If you don't, I'll do it without you. If you oppose, I'll do it in spite of you. But I'll do it. I'll make it happen. வந்தால் உங்களோடு வராவிட்டால் தனியாக எதிர்த்தால் உங்களையும் மீறி செய்தே தீருவோம் பரமசிவ கைலாசம்.
Nithyananda, 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 Nithyananda.
Listen. we need to address seriously these few issues in the Kailasa ecosystem. One, the most important, the ecosystem should be self-sustaining. Second, a separate male sannyas order, female sannyas order, grihastha order. All these three separate. Third, method of sambhavana, where they make enough personal income for their personal expenses. Either a common project, a for-profit project is made successful. Running a restaurant or running a hotel, motel, or running even enriching and causing very professionally. There are multiple possibilities. Hinduism has some of the most beautiful, sure shot, result-based products. Yoga, life solutions. You can share all these. And wherever Paramashiva allows, you can make money. The money can be made. Where he does not allow money to be made, we can't. Following the economic policies of Paramashiva, we can make a beautiful ecosystem for grihasthas to make personal income. This is the third point to be addressed. Fourth, a responsible democracy in evolving. If these simple four fundamentals are maintained, not only Kailasa will flourish, you will have an amazing ecosystem for it to continue forever. So the sannyasis will have Maheshwara Puja by the generation of sannyasis, sannyasa parampara, and they will be happy in Kailasa and Pitruloka, wherever they reach as per their karmas. If they were living as sincere, integrated sannyasis, they will straight reach Kailasa. If they had messed up, then they will reach only Pitruloka. If they are completely messed up, then Brahmarakshas. That is up to them. All the grihasthas will have their generations. Beautifully living Hinduism and giving Shraddha to you for generations. So you will be happy in Pitruloka or Kailasa, wherever you reach. These are the foundation, fundamental, practical truths.
This is enough for the Kailasa ecosystem to manifest. Living in the Kailasa ecosystem will make you manifest the third force, because continuously you will be getting the powerful clicks. You will have a very peaceful life. I'll repeat, these four things need to be addressed for any successful Kailasa. Separate place for male sannyasa order and female sannyasa order, which will include their own temple, their own gurukuls for that gender. Male sannyasa order will have the male sannyas gurukul and the temple run by them. Female sannyasa order will have female gurukul and temple run by them. Goshala for themselves and library for themselves. Two separate ecosystem, and the grihasthas separate. Grihasthas will have their own library and their own temple, their own goshala or any other projects. All three separate campus, so that each one's ecosystem is not disturbed by the other's ecosystem. Only then all three will be successful. If not, all three will go through idiotic comparisons, land into criminally destructive mental setup. Grihasthas feeling jealousy about the sannyasis and sannyasis feeling, sannyasis comparing themselves to grihasthas is extreme stupid. Criminal negligence and crime itself. So all the three separate campus. That's the first thing to be taken care. Second, most important, grihasthas should have a win-win, successful way of earning personal income, so they don't need to expect anything from the outer world or from the administration. They have their own
independence and what they call as security for their future and all that. So they are economically not dependent on anybody else. There are tons of systems, business opportunities can come up. Third, responsible democracy with collective integrity. Responsible democracy with collective integrity. Fourth, continuous intense inspiration. Living Kailasa. That fourth job, I'll do it continuously. I think these are the four major things will make any Kailasa ecosystem successful and expanding. Based on these principles, you can create in each city on your own. It is not necessary all the Kailasavasis have to have houses just in one campus. No, it can be near around the temple. You can settle down around the temple. For example, there are so many people, devotees who have settled down around the LA temple, Los Angeles temple. They are not in one campus, or it's not that owned by the central organization or anything. It's all their houses. But they have settled down around the Kailasa, Los Angeles. You can settle down around the Kailasa, San Jose, driving distance or walking distance, and start developing collective integrity. Start developing separate campuses for men and women. The responsible democracy with voting rights and collective integrity. This will make Kailasa ecosystem everywhere.
Nithyanandam, Om Nithyanandaya, Nithyanandam, 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 Om Nithyanandaya, Nithyanandam, Nithyanandam, Om Nithyanandaya, Nithyanandam. Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam 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 Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam Nithyanandam Om Nithyanandaya Nithyanandam
So, let me repeat the 4 points I was giving as my vision. For a successful Kailasa ecosystem, with a clear description and definition, first point, all the 3 orders to have a separate campus, like male sannyas order, female sannyas order, grihastha order. All 3 self-sustaining. See, when I say male sannyas order, it includes all the individual single male, like Rudras, Bhairava, Yoga, Sannyasi, Brahmachari, Vanaprasthi, all the orders where an individual lives life with himself. That all that male orders, one campus, including the male Gurukul. Next, female orders. The female orders are like Brahmacharini, Sannyasini, Vanaprasthini, not Rishika. Rishikas are more like a Grihasthas. Rishikas are married. So here the Vanaprasthinis are in some tradition even Vanaprasthis live together, husband and wife. But if the spouse is dead or divorced and you take Vanaprastha, you live alone. All the single female, including the female Gurukul, that as on campus, in that Rudraganya, Yogini, Bhairavi, all the female single sampradayas, and the Grihasthas, all 3 separate campus, self-sustaining. with their own temples, their own gurukuls, their own goshala, their own agriculture unit, self-sustaining. That's the first step. Second step, where grihasthas are able to generate personal income through all the allowed business by Paramashiva. Paramashiva has given a clear list of allowed business where you can make money, sattvic money. All the allowed businesses can be explored. And private income, personal income is generated. Where it's like a win-win. You strengthen the Kailasa and Kailasa also strengthens you. Win-win. The third point is responsible democracy of collective integrity, where people who are responsible for that departments, that ministry, only has a right to vote the issues related to that ministry. So all the mess-ups of the democracy is eliminated. Criminal negligence can be minimized or drastically reduced, literally removed. And the fourth point is intense spiritual inspiration, experiential Kailasa lifestyle. This four will make successful Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. We should think and work to make the Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. So all of you contemplate on this. I'll reveal more depth and details about third force and fourth force in a very practical, implementable ways. So with this, we will have darshan later. I'll announce the time of the Paramashiva darshan. Now it's already late for all of you to go to bed. It's 11:36. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
नित्यानन्दम् ॐ नित्यानन्दाय नित्यानन्दम् ॐ नित्यानन्दाय नित्यानन्दम् नित्यानन्दम् ॐ नित्यानन्दाय नित्यानन्दम् ॐ नित्यानन्द
the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Paramashiva explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation, everything decides as you want, raising your frequency, manifesting your reality. It's a science because millions have experienced that, and each one of us can experience that. The science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences to give us the cognitive shift. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, Yogis, Yoginis, all of them, millions of them who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how the cognitive shift manifests as superconscious space as the powers of Paramashiva. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela, how the beautiful space manifests in each one of us as reality auspiciousness, abundance, bliss, and more. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study, experience of measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives in Avatar Shastra clearly how the scientific world has clearly documented all that which was now becoming possibility as Bhagavan reveals the higher science and higher reality into the humanity. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully given the Shastra Pramana for the power of Sarvajñatva from Sarvajñatma Agama. Beautifully, all this greatest truth is downloaded into us as reality when we align to the higher consciousness. How the instruction is given in the outer world to assemble something or cook or learn something new. Here Bhagavan is giving us the Sarvajñatma Agama, verse 15. Sarvajñatvam, all knowing in all its fullness.
Let's go to the Shastra Pramana, eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures.
Shastra Pramana for the power of quantum memory is taken from the Sarvojñanottara Agama, verse 15. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, within such a yogi who established himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva and who keeps himself from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power, all-knowing Sarvajñatva gets unfolded in all its fullness. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says how we can get rid of all sorts of differentiating notions, all that ups and downs, the peak and the valley that we experience, constantly obsessive, compulsive, reactionary pattern, the cunningness, the hatred, the fear, the anger, the depression, all that we experience again and again as our reality is not us. That is the beautiful space Bhagavan tells us, that is not us. All that we are is the quantum space. How a wave tries to get some shells, some sand, some crabs and try to live forever, ever happily ever after. Can it do that? It has to merge into the ocean and become one with the ocean. All we are trying to do is collect some degrees, collect some names, collect some jobs, security, and collect some people and say this is mine and try to live a life. But soon we are gone. The mind has to, whenever the mind is born, it has to die. And again the cycle starts back into the same thing. We go through the same cycle again and again till the mind gets worn away. When we are intelligent, we can understand that the consciousness, the superconsciousness reflecting in our brain as the reality, Bhagavan says, the third powerful force and the fourth powerful force. When you are in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, when you have the powerful cognition and experience the Turiya state, we are in the third force. When we are ready with the third space, simply the Guru happens and manifests in our life as reality, initiating us into the Turiyatita, making us manifest the higher dimensions as our reality. Even for few seconds, just 3 to 4 seconds, now science says you can be thoughtless. And if you are initiated into the higher consciousness, that 3 to 4 seconds is enough to get a glimpse, the satori of how you can experience the oneness. Now Bhagavan gives us the greatest science for us to experience and manifest as powers that proves that we have experienced this greater reality. That is why Bhagavan says manifestation of power is nothing but beautiful space of oneness becoming reality and experiencing that oneness as our existential reality. Apta Pramana, Barbaric, was the greatest son of Gadokacha and the Nag, and the mother trained him in such a beautiful way, and then he from penance gets the bow and arrow. The arrow is so powerful that it can just kill everybody and come back as his bow and arrow. We don't know whether he's really a human or artificial intelligence. He was so precise in everything. And Krishna saw that when he joins the Kaurava, then simply everybody will be lost. And he goes and asks him to do a task to find all the leaves in the tree and take it through his arrow. And Barbaric does the same as Krishna says. Once he does that, one of the leaf, Krishna hid it under his leg. And Barbaric said, could you move your leg? The arrow is searching around your leg because otherwise it will hurt your leg. To Vishnu himself, then Barbaric and Krishna says that Barbaric, I have to take you down because of the dharma that it has to be like that. And simply Barbaric says, okay, I'm ready to give up myself. And he gave up, did the tyaga, and he said, I just want to be the witness of seeing the whole war. And his head is placed on a hill and he watches the whole Kurukshetra war. And this is documented in Mahabharata. And beautifully Barbaric looks like the drone, how the drone is completely recording everything. He recorded everything, including the Bhagavad Gita. And simply the whole science was relayed. How beautifully the Sahadeva recorded when Bhishma was in the last rites and literally in the arrow bed, and he chanted the Vishnu Sahasranama. Then nobody recorded it, and then they found out that Krishna said Sahadeva has the Spadiga Linga Mala, and it was the recording of the audio recording. Like that, the whole video recording was done by Barbaric, and he was more like an artificial intelligence. Even now they have his head as a skull and they do the Durga Puja. And all this greater science was revealed in the planet Earth by Bhagavan himself to make us understand there's a lot of revelation that we can experience when we become the oneness. Stop all the differentiating notion and align to the higher science. Who we are, the Paramashiva is real. And we are also the body using that Paramashiva space to manifest our reality. Bhagavan beautifully explains in Atma Pramana how the tantrum throwing child, the differentiating notions can be simply dissolved into the oneness space and manifest huge powers of Paramashiva.
Then let's lie down. No, I don't want to lie down. It is suffocating. The tantrum throwing child should never be handled logically. Please listen. This is the key word. Do not ever try to have a conversation with the tantrum throwing child. The more conversation you have, more frustrated you will become. Because the tantrum throwing child is not debating with you. He is protesting against you. So the more you engage the child in dialogue, more you try to engage that part of you in conversation, the more you will become frustrated. More the tantrum throwing child will become empowered. If there is a light, in front of that light I am doing some shadow games. How they do the shadow games, moving their fingers through that, they create shadows, and that's through the shadows they tell stories, the shadow stories in shadow games. In the shadow game, one lion and one deer, both of them are fighting. The lion is attacking the deer. You feel so painful and compassionate, you just wanted to save that deer from the lion. What's the best way? Switch off the light. Don't try to strengthen the deer. Don't try to supply weapons to the deer. Don't give rifle to the deer. Don't attack the lion. All that will be stupid. You will be attacking your own hand, which is doing the shadow game. Just switch off the light. Then the whole shadow game loses its power. Same way, the tantrum throwing child in you is empowered when you engage in dialogue with that child. When you try to logically analyze with that child, reason with that child. If you tell that child, come on, all the time you are throwing tantrum, you don't go to office, you don't want to work in the house, you don't want to do completion, then what are you going to do? That is what empowers that child. You considering the child as an entity, you trying to complete with that child, you trying to deal with that child, empowers that tantrum throwing child. Leads to frustration of the tantrum throwing child and of you, frustration of you. Only thing you need to do, just sit. Yes, part of me is the tantrum throwing child. It is sitting like a butter on the fire. The fire is me, the space of completion. Just sit. Don't have the greed. The tantrum throwing child should melt away immediately. Don't have that fear what that stupid child is going to do to you and what all you have to go through. Nothing. When you sit in the banks of Ganga, silently, automatically there will be rain, shine, Ganga level raising up, down, you will be cleaned. Even if you don't enter into the Ganga and take bath. Just sit on the space of your completion with the tantrum throwing child, which is part of you. Suddenly you will see the tantrum throwing child, which is part of you, just melts away. After 2 days, you will not even be able to remember that part of you, which is all the time throwing tantrum. Understand? The lesson I learned from that session, exactly what is happening. I wanted all of you to do that process. This is one of the core truth about completion. Understand? All of us carry the professional protesting child who just doesn't like anything, doesn't want anything, doesn't feel good with anything, doesn't feel homely with anything, doesn't like anything. Only it wants to break everything. Marriage, break it. Family, break it. Job, break it. House, break it. Spirituality, break it. Completion, break it. Anything it sees in front of its eyes, it just wants to break it. It just wants to break it. That's all. Sit with that child, knowing clearly your completion is powerful enough when you sit with that child as that child. Don't even try to complete that child. Yes, this is the way part of me is. Just sit with that child. Don't have any dialogue. Don't even think, plan to complete that child. Don't think to relieve, all that. Not even a completion process. Just sit with that child and know very clearly your completion space will melt down that child. You will see like a butter melting down. That incompletion, suddenly it will happen in like a fraction of a second. You will be in a different space. That heaviness, that load of that child is no more there. Not even the child is dead, that child is evaporated. Understand? It does not even die and leave its dead body. It just gets evaporated. I saw the day. The moment I started holding my space of Advaita, I could see like in the hot pan, the moment you put the butter, how it becomes ghee in few seconds. Same way, all these guys, they are incompletion, just evaporated. In a hot pan, if you put a handful of ice, not only it will become water, it will become steam. Same way, I saw all these guys, just they are incompletions. The tantrum throwing child is evaporated. listen. The Advaitic space is not my property. Understand? I am a wholesale dealer, but I am not proprietor. It is not my own property. All of you have it. All of you have that inside you. So decide to sit with your Advaitic space and with your tantrum throwing child. Actually, you are nothing but a fight between your tantrum throwing child and your Advaitic space. Unfortunately, you think you own the tantrum throwing child because he makes more noise. An Advaitic space is very silent and polite. Because of that, you think he is not there.
Beautifully, Bhagavan said how the tantrum throwing child disappears when you just feel the oneness with Paramashiva. The more and more you understand that Paramashiva is real, the materialistic body, all this body that we possess, and all the outer world we are experiencing is nothing but a delusion. And how Bhagavan said, when you switch off, everything disappears. When you understand that Paramashiva is real, the higher consciousness, higher reality, simply everything disappeared into the higher space. You are a frequency, you are the quantum, you are Paramashiva, consciousness, the spirit, not just the materialistic world that we understand as matter and our body and mind. But beyond that, there exists Paramashiva, which is reflecting in our superconsciousness in our brain. And that could reflect and become our reality. Now we are not able to perceive it. The perception, the cognitive shift, recognizing, Bhagavan says, recognizing, happens when you manifest all these powers and poke hole in your logic. Here, Ma Durga says, yesterday Kai sat for the first common test, English composition and additional math. He told me Swamiji downloaded the biomemory of the author to him. He was writing many flowery words that he didn't even know. In math, Kai received blessings from Swamiji before he attempted the paper. Swamiji, take care of him. Everything for this boy. Such a beautiful space that Paramashiva is real. Again and again, you experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Beautifully, now let's experience the space of Paramashiva, understanding higher science, how we exist as consciousness. Now we are going to experience the oneness with Paramashiva, manifest Paramashiva as reality, as Sarvajñatva. If you have Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temple. Take some papers and pen. Write down the questions of places, positions, things, scientific details, anything you want. Just what you want to download about even the electromagnetic force, the soft nuclear force, all that forces that you need to understand, the gravitational force or strong weak nuclear force. All that, whatever you want, just write it down, write the question, and you're going to download the answers. And simply you can verify with Google whatever the questions are, simply the answers appearing exactly as it describes. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, Parashakti, Sundareshwara, and absolute unclutching. Unclutching reprograms your brain, reprograms the finer grooves to make it reflect the superconsciousness, making you understand you're not just the body, you're not just the matter, you are frequency, you are consciousness. Why you came to planet Earth to experience the higher space. Paramashiva is real. You are Paramashiva. How in the mirror you see yourself and you're so happy. Same way you are mirroring the Paramashiva space as yourself. Chant the Mahavakya from your navel center. Continuously be in the listening. Listening is the key which puts your thoughts into zero, and chanting raises your frequency. When you merge into that oneness space of Paramashiva, even for a few seconds, you will experience all the auspiciousness, abundance, and whatever you have it becomes the reality. And simply you can experience the greater science. Paramashiva is real. Now let's sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Start chanting the Mahavakya for downloading all the quantum space, the Sarvajñatva, all-knowingness, for the questions that you have written. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes. Whatever Paramashiva is manifesting, please verify it authentically, all the words that has been delivered. Simply make sure all that is available exactly in the Google, and you can circle it and take a picture and share it with the world. All the questions that Paramashiva is asking, and simply the answers are just getting revealed. It's so beautiful. All the great saints, the Ramakrishna Paramahamsa or Ramana Maharshi or Mahapariva, all of them are Egas and Dagragi. That means they just can repeat anything when they hear it once. That is how Mahapariva knew 40 languages. When first Hanuman met Rama, he asked question in 9 grammar of Sanskrit, and Rama simply downloaded and manifested all that and answered so beautifully, he just melted away. All these great signs are available to all of us when we understand the greater science. How Bhagavan said, number is real, and it is the manifestation of these greater science as reality, as discovery, as invention and Nobel Prize. Each one of us can manifest all these when we know the higher reality, how to exist as Paramashiva and wake up as Paramashiva instead of struggling the limited cognition life that constantly we are going through. When we manifest all these powers, it pokes hole in our logic, self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, and makes us understand Paramashiva is real. We'll have one more cycle of manifesting Sarvanyatva, quantum memory, all-knowing, and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Let's write few questions, or if you have a partner, they can write it for you. And you can Google at the end of the session and share it with the world. Now, for a few minutes, put away your gadgets. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line and continuously chant the Mahavakya, experiencing the oneness and deep listening. Let's start chanting.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om
please share in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. And if you see the $sign, you can donate to Kailasha. Whatever you offer, Dana, it simply builds the Kailasha inside you. Sorry for the technical glitch. There was a mute and I unmuted. Beautifully, all that powerful cognition, power manifestation, let's surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Thanking all of you being here, collective integrity, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, holding the higher space. Paramashiva is real as your cognition, as your reality, and simply manifesting the space of Paramashiva. Now let's surrender all this to Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude and deep earning Paramashiva as my thought, word and action, and Paramashiva as my reality, seeing everybody as Paramashiva, holding this powerful cognition. Let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 p.m. in the Kailasha. You can join in the Zoom session for more power manifestation. Thank you, Nithyananda.